Hello, everybody. This is Jersey Lazy, and we're finally back after like a month and a half at this point with Ace Attorney Chronicles. And I have fully forgotten what is happening in this case. I straight up do not know. I don't know, man. Oh no. Well, we'll try. They're gay, it's not that hard. Yeah, I guess. Also, interesting that I don't have my YouTube chat. Sorry, give me a second to troubleshoot. Give me a second. What if I just do this real quick? And add. Sorry, you're gonna see the internal workings of my mind for a second. Give me a sec. Pa-da-pa-pa-pa. There it is. Don't worry about that. Oops, I gotta... I think I gotta adjust this to... Wait, what's the other... 1920, 1080? Always gotta have scuff, huh? Oh, there you are. Now I just gotta crop you. God damn it. Can I, like, copy the crop from the other one? Hold on. Copy. Paste. There we are. Hello there, chat. We're working. Used to never... It's usually never hard to blow on pipes that feed. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty big challenge, though, yeah? What a good first line. The unexpected halt of proceedings for a month and a half sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was typical still night. Hold on, I'm blocking a little bit of the text. Give me a second. There you go. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner... Oh, right! Suzato's dad. I fully forgot that they were partners. I was like, Mr. Sholmes and his boyfriend? What? Is that what we're doing here? Oh, they're having a lovely dinner. I'm sure someone's on trial for murder. I don't remember who. We have returned, my dear fellows. Let's see if I can remember all of the voices that I did. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Where'd they go? Think nothing of it. Sholmes is into older men. I'm not surprised. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no? You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court a week and a half ago. Or sorry, a month and a half ago. So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Does he ever, you know, pin you up against anything else, or just up against the ropes? That's a bit of a TMI, man. He's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. He's been Britishified. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Is that what happened? Wait, did we accuse Kazuma of being the Reaper's assassin? Wait, I thought that was... No. Oh god. Gregson was the brain behind the Reaper, right? Is Kazuma? Is that what we implied last time? Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, always good to know, future family-in-law, huh? I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. Oh, yeah. When all this started, almost a year ago now. A year and a month and a half. Mr. Shom still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Oh yeah, you went to France because Gregson did. Did we investigate as you? I forget. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So what news of Jigoku? Oh, right, he's probably dead.
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotoban, this must be quite a shock for him. Yeah, now both his friends are dead. RIP. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? I can't read cursive. Surely you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. Well, yesterday was a month and a half ago for me, alright?
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. Why did you bring it up? I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Look at that chicken turkey. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? British food's a lot better than people say it is. I mean... Depends on which British food we're talking about.
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
Mickey?
Also, well, that's terribly kind of you.
Okay, so, like, what's the story between you two? Like, are you her dad, or...
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it.
Considering they don't have the Mediterranean climate, they've done a good job. I guess. It's just that beans on toast is a crime against humanity, you know?
That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh.
Nah.
Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? Sholmes, brother. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. I wonder who it could be. Someone with green eyes, probably. No idea who. Definitely not this guy hiding his eyes. I mean, they don't even really look green here, but they do in the court record. Like, that's damn near the same color. Like, unless I'm fucking crazy. Like... Unless plot twist, it's male Strongheart! Iris doing something sneaky should not surprise anyone by now. I know, for real. Like, Great Detective Who? Oh god. Okay. Yes, about that, Iris. You know I
know. You can't tell me at the moment.
It's so fucked if he's her dad and just didn't tell her all this time. Like, why? For what, brother? Like, he could've, like, the age aligns. Like, he could've been a dad at 24.
Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright.
Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So just who is Iris's father? It's definitely, probably, maybe Sholmes. Suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. I mean, like, there's surely enough pheasant to go around.
A fine dish, Holmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you'd like. There are always seconds. You can't get the pheasant, though. That's only for Susie's daddy.
But this could be our last chance to ask the questions before tomorrow's trial. Oh my god. It's been a month and a half since I've, like, done voice stuff. About that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. Why he sit like that? Can we talk? Why he sit like that? How does Iris do all the cooking? She's just built like that. Why does he sit like this? Is anybody else here, or is it just Sholmes? I guess it's just Sholmes. Hold on, let's look at the dinner. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. All looks mouth-wateringly good. Why'd you list it in the same exact order as Sholmes earlier? Indeed it does! And if it were accompanied by even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on that? You're petty as fuck, dude.
Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court.
Or indeed, for drowning one's sorrows after defeat.
I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes.
He's clearly still in mourning over the pheasant at the moment. Dude, get over it. It's not about you, man. Why he sit like this? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless... Dude, he's so butthurt about not getting pheasant. I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. There's so much other food!
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father for you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Dude, you really need to... Okay, thank God. Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. He's just in it for the game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? Pity? Confusion? I wonder what he meant by not sharing his pheasant. I mean, I think it is literal. He's not sharing his fucking chicken, man. It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Sholmes, that was the worst fucking pun I've ever heard. Unpheasant Pokemon? Telegram from Japan. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this! I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Oh, right. The, Morse code, right? So, Kazuma Asogi, what was her name? The, Asashin. Tobias Gregson, John Wilson. What? Those 4 names! We've come across that same exact list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. Oh, he did. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. Holy shit. Ryunosuke pulling out the Scrabble words today, what? A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So sus, dude. Who? Judge Jigoku? So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. What? Why from me?
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
Who? Oh.
You asked you asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
And in my name? Why? I wonder what guys he opted for this time. Probably just cleaning staff. I don't know, man. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. But why in my name?
Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So, you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it. I mean, I believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
Targets? I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without the shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. He is locked the fuck in! Yeah, about Kazuma's death, quote-unquote. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. Do you know how traumatic that experience was for me? What the fuck? We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. Why? What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my! You mean?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Isogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years, at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why I'm here? To, like, body block my boyfriend? Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by... The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Isogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
F. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. And this is totally legal. All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. That's long enough to become a lawyer, surely. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? You deceived me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. Damn, that's crazy. He really said, I use the power of gay against you. You know what? Happy Pride Month. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived. I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Happy belated Pride Month, Jared. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. Refuge? Refuge? I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. Wonder if she made it to America then. Good for her, I guess.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes?
He's hiding something about that fucking Baskervilles case, I'm telling you, man.
Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. Maybe you shouldn't have put it off, then! An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Spill! Spill! Do I have to, like, show you shit? God, I'm tweaking out because I keep trying to use Deltarune controls. God damn it. Omen from a year ago. Small component. Small machine part. Oops. You also kept trying to use Deltarune during Monster Rancher the other day? Yeah. The Delta brain rot is so fucking real. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part of the top of the pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
Yoink. What do you think, Miss Susato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
And it was on It was in Judge Jigoku's room on that ship, I think. Find a king with a bald spot, slap that on him. I'm sure most of the kings are balding. Really? I was thinking precisely that too. Man, why are you so smart, Susato?
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once.
Sick. Okay. It's so weird using Z to cancel. Oh, it's so fucked. Silly. Silly rabbit. Oh, right! Oh, I forgot. That's why we're like, oh, he's the assassin because we found the tip of the blade in, like the victim's like room or some shit. I don't know. In Gregson's room. Evacuation drill itinerary. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 in order to review evacuation procedures. We're having a fire drill today. I'm not supposed to tell you. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Kazuma's tip is broken. Tragic news for Ryunosuke. I guess someone else is gonna have to use their tip. What am I supposed to show him? Come on. Okay. Maybe this? I don't know. Mr. Shums, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now, the pheasant. Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. I mean, he hasn't. I haven't played this game in a month and a half, so... yeah. The Asogi papers? Okay, no. What else we got? There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Asogi as Aishin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Well, we only learnt of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. Oh, okay. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments! Ha 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 ha! Totally legal! You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Yo, is resolving? No idea. No idea. Still trying to remember what the case is about. I know Gregson's dead. I spy for fun, it's fine. I like how casually this man admits to crimes.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. Oh, that's the timeline? Okay. As soon as I learnt of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Does he know who's the bottom between Kazuma and Ryunosuke? I mean, like any good Ace Attorney ship. Well, any good, like defense lawyer ex... You know, fuck, I forget the words, dude. Prosecutor. Any good defense versus prosecutor, ship, it's a battle. It's a constant battle between who's top and who's bottom. Like that, it's rivals. It's rivals. You have to understand.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know.
Ryunosuke's bottom, though? He can be.
Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
Yeah. Tell me about the goddamn Baskerville case. Oops. God damn it, fucking Deltarune controls, son of a... Converse. As I said, when I learnt of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. Huh. Kei Asogi, Eishin, T. Gregson. What was the last one? Oh yeah, Jay Wilson. But like, who else did he think was dead? Eishin? What? Who? Eishin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashin. Yep. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah! Kei Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if a young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Yeah, this place cursed as hell. The person named Assassin is a professional killer? My god. You're telling me that the guy named Dead Man is the victim of the case? Holy shit. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. And just let me be, you know, take the brunt of the murder stick? I love Ace Attorney names. Yeah. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, yes! Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. You know, it's a little weird for you guys to be casually mentioning Mr. Wilson's death, considering I thought he was my daddy for the longest time. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, it's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
Yeah, I was accused of his murder.
No.
No? Oh.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole? A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
So sad. Anyway.
Oh, yes, you mean about Asashin, I presume. Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah!
And upon hearing that startling revelation, of course, Ryunosuke addresses holes. Ayo. The hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy-turvy. Timey-wimey bullshit. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Shums? I'd believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Assassin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed. And it would seem that Machine was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. I can't get over the Elmo voice. Well, it's here to stay. A killer that can't ever be a victim of anything. Definitely not. Killers, like being killed? Why would they be called killers then? They should be called killed. I guess it's like, oh, like... Assassin is dispatched to take care of Wilson. Kazuma is dispatched to take care of Gregson, I guess. I don't believe it, though. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. But why though? And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you that there is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student? Wait, you mean... But, like, why would they bother crisscrossing, like, their talents? Like, why not just send Giselle Brett to deal with Gregson and Kazuma to deal with, Wilson? Like, why? Like, are they trying to ruin the political ecosystem between Britain and Japan? Are they just racist like that? But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? No. No! I don't believe it. You're fucking bullshitting me, Shams.
Oh!
He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was... the assassination of the Mark. Shit. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? The casual, just assassin exchange, like it's a student exchange, dude. What? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap the respective assassination targets. Why? That would then be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, The Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But why?
But why, though? What on earth is the point? Yeah. What happened to Mr. Chubby, Your Honor? No clue, honestly.
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, right.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels? I wonder, who is the highest ranking authority in this game? Surely it's not the guy that, like, has, like, the word bad in his name. Like, male? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but by contractual agreements. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet, in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes! If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as a suggestion, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never stationed at Jikoku at all.
Oh, right! Because Kazuma supposedly killed Jigoku, right?
It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention to us at the great exhibition that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. I don't remember him saying that he's taken Gina with him, but I guess. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. And I'm pretty good at taking things in, usually.
All right, everyone, that's quite enough for all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Tally? I mean, look at the time!
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? More invention shit or more pheasant?
Well, I think I should make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris. I mean, Susato can still be your big sister, though.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
What?
Really? Oh, yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
Why? Like, did you forget that I have to consent to this too? You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute! If Susie's going to be my big sister, You could be my big brother if you want to, you know?
I mean, yeah, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. What? Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. It's the least I can do after your elephant in the room was committed disarray. Well, you know, at least he's not actually her dad.
Right! I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? It won't kill me, right?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. You'll need it. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Dagoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. Darker yet darker. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. I sure hope so. Look at this happy family. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Ah, yes. 2 dads, 2 daughters, and 1 son. To be continued right the fuck now. Because it's only been an hour. So... I'll save, though. Hmm. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh yeah, you're still on trial. I'm honestly surprised that we haven't fully shifted to Kazuma being the defendant now. And how is he still the prosecutor? Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. F. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve. Yeah, that's my intention. That's the name of this episode, baby. The resolve of RYUNOSUKE NARUHODO. My lord, if I may inquire. The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He literally killed a bitch. Or tried. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I mean, he's correct in that he shouldn't be prosecuting, but, you know, I'm sure he didn't do anything wrong, right? You don't have to put him in bars. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. And I'm sure it's in Strongheart's best interests, right? To let him spew his shit. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. They are beefing! Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. I mean, the longer I get to look into Kazuma's eyes, the better. I just wish they weren't so angry at me. You mean you weren't living for me this whole time? Whew. It's been a minute since we were here, yep. Yes, my lord. You're gonna break the horn on that fucking unicorn, man. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Beric Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. I've been preparing for this day my whole life. Well, since I was 8. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bringing Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. Here we go. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Whew. Ha! Come on, RYUNOSUKE, it's time for that steely resolve. Because this is gonna test it to the limit. I don't like fighting him. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look what the young man has become! I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. This is kind of awkward, because I kind of gave them all the same voice. Whoops. Whoopsie. Like, the only difference is, like, slight intonation. And accent. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. I'm not a murderer. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. Can we, like, shorten that to, like, IFSS or something? It's so long. It's so long. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. I took a boat. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say... I decline to comment. Bruh. What? God damn it. I hate the fifth. Leaving my country prematurely, prematurely when I was an invited guest may be quite questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Shit. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. Nuh-uh, Cap. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? In Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, RYUNOSUKE, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. I learned from the best, man. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? It's pretty easy, my guy.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oop! You little... I like his ponytail. I just noticed he has one. Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? Oh, you didn't know? No, you had to know. That was your target, dude. This list of 4 names contains a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. You'd think that Giselle Brett or, like, Asashin would, like, recognize Kazuma and, like, point him out. But I guess not. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asashin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
Aishin and her victim J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi. whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Osogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
Ugh. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, BAP, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram that the defense had acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? You seem very shocked by something that you are involved in. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. I can't believe you lied to me, your boyfriend! Did we mean nothing to you? Nothing? During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of the Scotland Yard. As shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, RYUNOSUKE. But actually, I didn't lie. Huh. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name? I can't believe... like, we have an admitted assassin in court prosecuting, dude. It's crazy. The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to the light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Bitch. Ha 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 ha! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell everything I know. Strong hearts like you better not. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Oh, shit. Here we go. An assassin exchange is crazy. Right. Like, it's... like, I guess for the diplomatic community, it seems pretty contrived, though, you know? Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it took a while. Alright, here we go. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Okay, what's the thing? What's the thing that happened? On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Something happened. Yeah, he got knocked the fuck out. I can't be involved. I didn't murder no one. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. Bruh.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
I'm just saying it's easy to judge. Why do you think I'm a judge? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What? What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
It's just like... It's so much drama, man. Like... Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
It's definitely strong heart, dog.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
Dog, you're crazy. You're crazy to say that, dude. What? Hold on. Like, you can't just admit to being an assassin and accepting, like, a hit on the victim of the case and then saying, oh, you know, it's not related. It's fully just a different thing. Don't worry about it. Like, what? Are you crazy?
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard the steamship at Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London. In the room on Fresno Street.
I don't know, man. There's a shockingly little amount of blood there.
And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
Bruh.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings.
You know, I see this phrase a lot. What the fuck does Machiavellian mean? I need to Google this. Hold on. Machiavellian definition. Cunning, scheming, unscrupulous. Oh, okay, cool. Who the fuck is that, though?
Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
I mean, it's kind of a self-report here, man. Because, like, he had to have someone high up on the other side. Did school not teach me Machiavelli? No.
what context would school need to teach me the word Machiavellian? I see it a lot in books and shit, but like, I never looked it up. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Dog, it's just like 3 people who are all involved in this bullshit, just throwing jabs at each other. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. Dude. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Jesus Christ, y'all. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? Bruh. Bruh. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. This is bullshit, dog. True, Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan, then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Bruh.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but are you that much of a Westaboo? Assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. And also to kill people. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why?
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Yeah, dude. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. I.e., shut the fuck up. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Oh, okay, we're just gonna gloss over it then? Okay, cool. Inspector Gregson, Conditioner British Study Tour, yep. Why Kazuma? Why'd you pick him as the assassin? He just has real cool sword, man. He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yeah, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. Dude is obsessed! Starting to think that maybe the Britishification, you know, was happening well before actually coming to Britain. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
Right, Genshin Impact Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly betrayed mine. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really. I found that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Shikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
I mean, yeah. Like, his friend was put on trial and Gregson was the, like, detective in charge. The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here.
Bro?
Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Bro?
However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. Yeah, he got knocked the fuck out. He's dead.
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January.
He's dead.
The awful tragedy, quote-unquote, that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Does Hosonaga know? Does Hosonaga know? Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? It wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
My bad. If it means anything, Sholmes put me up to it, so...
My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Why aren't his casual deductions like this? Like, he does all of this and is fully, you know, competent at it, but he makes the most, like, outlandish theories and thinks that they're, like, 100% actually true? He thought that the King of Germany was in his room?
Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I mean, yeah.
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain.
Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule again. I kind of ruined it over the fucking break again. Whoops.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
Cap.
And so you have some means of substantiating this plea.
He's deliberately messing with us? Yeah. It sucks, man. A member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Okay. Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm he's British, sorry. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. Chicken stroganoff. At least I remember chicken. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. Suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. I will maim a bitch, though. To, cover up. So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts, too. But anyway, so we're just gonna gloss over it? Okay. I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. Proves what? Oh, if there'd been a shot fired, crew would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
Oh, more stretching. Whew. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. That's not true. What a baffling turn of events, yeah. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. I mean, imagine being called chicken stroganoff. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh.
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
Also, that's rude. Give Susato first class. But a hole like that made by a bullet was also found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh, yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Woodworm? Dude, what? You're crazy. You're actually insane if you think that a woodworm is going to make the same kind of hole as a fucking bullet. What? Oh, God. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Jigoku. Yeah. You know, maybe there's a reason why his name means hell. It's because I'm taking him there, baby! I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku, too. He completely double-crossed him.
I mean, yeah. Would you actually carry out an assassination? Naruhodo-san? Like, what? Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. Really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kill him! Oh god, just a second. Oh, my eyelids, dude. Okay. Condition was the unable to carry out his mission. Crew was on duty outside your cabin at all times. Let's check the court record real quick. When is this damn photo gonna be relevant, dog? Wait a minute. Okay, it's not. It's not. It's a different case. I thought it was the same one. Guess not. On duty, outside your cabin at all times. Is there... Can I refute that? Crewman would have heard it. Clearly can't be involved. Great Ace Attorney is an odd game. It feels like every character is overwhelmingly capable of being dangerous, either by skill or attitude. That's not true. Ryunosuke can't hurt shit. Like, Ryunosuke can hurt himself trying to slam the desk, but that's about it. Member of the crew is on duty outside my cabin at all times. Crewman would have heard it. Can't be involved. I guess it's this? The case? Oh wait, no, that's a slash. It's not. Open up. Hmm. 31st October, so this passport's for the day before Gregson's body was found. He needed this document for his trip to France. And when it says permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel... Can't believe it was you, Kazuma. I mean, shouldn't it have been Gina? Is the thing? Like, if he was planning to bring Gina, why the fuck... Why the fuck he bring Kazuma? The tip of Karuma. So this is how it was broken. Kazuma's swordsmanship is second to none. Can't believe he'd misjudge it like that.
Clearly he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power in his stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. Everyone in the 19th century had to dodge dysentery, tuberculosis, plague, and all that fun stuff. Hey, I mean, I dodged a plague. It's fine, right? he knows Kazuma's swordsmanship. I mean, I think he's fully intimate with Kazuma's swordsmanship. Oh, the fucking evacuation drill, because there was a 20-minute window where the crew was not there. It's kind of crazy that the evacuation drill doesn't evacuate the passengers, though. Like, oh, you know, in case of an emergency, fuck the passengers, save yourselves.
Objection.
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Agoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? You're trash, dude. You should have burned it. Idiot. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you'd remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? Yeah. You know, they were just celebrating. And during that 20-minute interval, of course. Always shred your papers, folks. Not even shred, just burn that shit, bruh. Any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Except people through the vent, I guess. In summary, Judge Goku, you had an ample opportunity to commit the crime. It doesn't take 20 minutes to kill someone.
Objection.
Unless you have skill issue. A 20-minute window of opportunity, that's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Yeah, why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Wait, what? No incident occurred. That's cap. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Okay, well, I have evidence, so... Very true. Well, counsel? I got the evidence. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
Take that!
Look at the crown. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch. And if you will observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he's treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit for the, on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Shit. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grrr. Woo. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Destroyed? Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I'm not. You literally acquitted me. My guy.
Objection.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. At least I have your approval. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. Unless... At first. Yeah. But rather like this pocket watch. It's full of cracks. Rude. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. Sure. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. You should have been guilty as fuck. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I don't think that's legal. I could be wrong. I think it's clear that the witnesses will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge she was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Unless I want to, you know? Alright, sorry, hold on. I know I just took a break, but... my stomach is growling. I gotta go get a snack. Hold on. Just BRB real quick, real quick. Okay. I'm back. Pizza time. Oh, if only. I wish I had some, like, leftover pizza to munch on. But I got some leftover mashed potato. So, probably not a great stream snack because it's kind of a full-mouth food. But, you know, we make do with what we have. Alright, here we go. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. What? Gregson? I soon took care of him with an Ipponseoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Okay, man. Ipponseoi. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So RYUNOSUKE NARUHODO, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah, shit. I mean, I feel like that's pretty weak, though. 'Cause, like, how are we supposed to know you're not just lying? You know? Like, you hear me? I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. Why? But he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because it was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. These guys are just, like, in an evil group chat together. Like, Kazuma's just using them for, you know, his Westabu obsession. But, like, they're all in this, like, nightmare group chat, nightmare Discord, where they're, like, plotting how to fuck me over, specifically. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. See, like, he's like, trying to shut me down at every single, like, point in this entire thing. In this entire, like, group of testimonies. Shut up. Smack. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine. And cross-examine I shall. And I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. That's a pretty shitty thing to say. Are you saying that, like, you should just, like, acquiesce to the enemy, dog? Listen, I'm just built different. Sorry that you were, like, coerced into, like, masterminding this murder thing, but, I'm just built different. I don't do that. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. Mashed potato. Events in the cabin. Okay, here we go. Press that shit.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course. You wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. What, bro? Bro, what? But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Who else is dual-wielding, Kazuma? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Huh. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. Okay, dude. Whatever you say. Mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun. Hold it! But for like what, though? Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yes. Though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake around so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. It could never be me. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. No matter what you think about me. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. Okay, man. Took care of him with an Ipponsei throw. Couldn't wait to run away after that. Okay. He had a gun, though. Are you kidding me? Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha! My Ipponsei is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. No? No? But surely all the commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Have you guys ever seen those, like, disarm videos? That are like, oh, if your opponent has a gun and you have no weapon, this is how you disarm them. And then, like, it just, like, recreates the most absurd events. Like, first of all, why would the person with the gun be in chokehold range to begin with? Just, like, dodge it and get in range. Easy. Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ipponsei throw. Susato, how do you feel about this lying bitch using your moves? I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with the murder. Hold it! And the crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw! And whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. My jujutsu kaisen. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Ha 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 ha! What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. We can literally just go and inspect it. Haven't you two worked it out yet, you little stripling? Don't call me that. It's weird. No murder took place in my cabin. Inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Hold it! I don't know. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. Why do you call me that? It's weird. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? You brought him back? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Unless someone moves them, well then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mrs. Otto, it's to, blame someone else, duh.
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yeah, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I consent. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Dude, you gotta chill. Hold on. Mashed potato. Okay. Oh, shit. No possible way... Wait, what? Right, okay. No possible way of... there's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did! Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? No, but you could have been in your luggage. What? No! So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. That's what the photo's for. Because his luggage is in it. Hello. Hello, luggage. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Yeah, no, that thing is a bust, so... Funny you should say that.
Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. I don't know. Oh, so that's a story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin.
The body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm. Hmm. What would be the special circumstance that made them not, like, check his bag, though? Right? That's a different trunk. Police business. Hmm. It does say police business. Maybe the police business? Assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Patrol will take 20 minutes. Okay, well, I think it's definitely this one. And all I got is the photo, really, but I don't know how to prove that they wouldn't have checked his luggage.
Objection.
There's no possible way you could have moved the Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do so, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, RYUNOSUKE? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Which I think is fucking bullshit. Like, I guess it's for, like, documents and shit. But I feel like you could just keep documents in an envelope that said, like, oh, you can't open this, like, legally. But, like, inspect the rest of the luggage, right? Like, surely, they aren't, like, fully exempt. Like, why would they be? We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, did he say that? Oh, I forgot. It was like a month ago. Excuse me.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Man, and Gregson's just in there in the back. That's crazy. I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. And I know because you were also in your trunk. And you're way bigger than Gregson was.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
Yep. That's actually a group photo with Gregson in it. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan at the hotel. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Which we can prove by literally just looking at it. Order! Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. Some fucking Tetris shit, bro. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk, how horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apartment seen on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Yeah, you do, because I'm gonna keep saying it. Dr. Corey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? That's so weird, though, like, if they just let him put a body in there. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. He doesn't seem okay. This ain't over yet. Well, this is all very heartening. Not disheartening, just straight heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. Were they not before? That's crazy. Sorry, mashed potato. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. You've also laid firm foundations on, like, attorney and prosecutor relations.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime... the actual scene of the crime, rather. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick Van Zieks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Nuh-uh. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Bro? Oh my god. What happens, what happened to beyond reasonable doubt? Like, are we just, we're just like, oh, you haven't proven who the real fucking killer is, and therefore your guy is guilty. What? Kill yourself. What? I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Bruh. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Does it? Did we get, like, an updated autopsy report? Scorch marks the point of entry. Bullet exited the body from behind. Huh. Interesting. Very tantalizing, Counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Wait, what? I'm death indeterminate. What am I refuting here exactly? Like, am I refuting Fresno Street or am I refuting died instantly? F. Hmm. Hmm. The glass over the face is badly cracked. Look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remember, he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo. Not an odd job man.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Doesn't seem like it. So this is where the little policeman's figure key goes in to wind the watch. Winding it up every single day for 10 years without fail.
Yes, it was obviously a thing of great importance to the inspector.
Or a reminder of the past, lest you forget. Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. What could contradict that? Open up. This? Look at this dark stain here, do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, knew you were gonna say that.
This is present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. Most logical conclusion, yes.
I think Jean's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Again, in no world is this a grease stain. Like... Zero chance. I don't know. Died instantly. I like legit do not know. Let me mash potato and ponder for a second. What contradicts? Like, can it be the died instantly? Because, like, the autopsy report says that. The trunk, maybe? It's either the trunk or the autopsy report, I think. Oops.
Take that!
The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence.
Listen, I'm trying my best here. I don't know what you want from me, man.
Certified Ace Attorney Classic, reload! God damn! What contradicts it? I'm so confused. Died instantly. A little racist, man. No. Yeah, did he have to say it like that? I mean, he's not even the most racist person in the room. Like, the most racist person in the room is the guy I'm defending, unfortunately, so... You Nipponese. Like, legit? Like, legit? The floor plan? No? Okay. He's just gonna continue being a little racist. Like what though? Like what though? What could be it? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly and was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. What evidence is that, dude? Is it the pocket watch? Oops.
Take that!
Nope. Dude. Chill out. What is it? What is it? I don't understand. The candles.
Take that!
No. Straight up? Not having a good time. I don't even know what I'm contradicting here. Am I contradicting Fresno Street? Or am I contradicting instantly? The photo again.
Take that!
Nope. Nonsensical evidence. Bro. What are we presenting, man? Clearly, it's the wig.
Take that!
What? A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is something. Oh, the posture of the body itself? Huh? I'm so confused. What? If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Is it? Is it? Wait, okay, hold on. That's like that's a huge leap in logic, dude. For me to just get it? For me to get that? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. Yeah, I agree. I agree. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. In a shot to the gut? No. No! No, no. You don't die instantly from shots to the gut. Like, do I have to make this clear? Where the fuck? Oh, in the chest? Okay. Even then, even if you're shot directly in the fucking heart, it's not like you're shot in the brain, man. I don't know. Like, you'd have long enough to curl up into a ball on the floor, surely, yeah? Instant death is kind of crazy. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of the large travel trunk. No!
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Oh. I guess. Rigor mortis. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. I mean, we should have done this way fucking earlier, dude. Present my trunk! I refuse! That's harassment! What? On what grounds? I don't want to! I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... Nuh-uh, because murder, nuh-uh. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Choo choo choo.
Order! Order in court! Not even the court, just court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? That's crazy, dude. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? He's like... He's fucking backpedaling. He's flipping the script. He's like... Alright, shit. I'm gonna throw Kazuma under the bus. What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You! Dear God! Outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder.
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin. In order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. You could just report it, though. What? Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Yes, he is both of these things, yeah.
Oh!
That's right! Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi! No, that's cap. Kazuma doesn't know how to use a gun. He only knows how to dual wield. Dual wield sword. You... Oh, the Discord is crazy. The Discord drama. Someone's gonna nuke the server at this point, man. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, didn't you? Well, the prosecution's counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
God damn it. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, I beg to differ. I'm using my love. Power of love. Have you ever watched Legally Blonde? The power of law. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? Hold on. Mashed potato. Whew. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Okay, so it's either Karuma or the trunk. I don't know which one. Huh. It's probably the trunk.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Well, my bad, man.
Never mind the evidence you're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo. I thought it made sense!
Karuma?
Take that!
God damn it. I really thought I had something because they stopped the fucking music. But, shit. Well, shit, what then? Impossibility of his, of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement. I guess because, like, how would he have access to a gun like that?
Take that!
Nope. Okay. Cool. Maybe the gun itself?
Take that!
God damn it. Bruh. I'm trying to prove your, like, innocence here, Kazuma. Stop, like, bullying me. Hold on, dude. What makes it impossible for him to have been involved, though? The passport?
Take that!
You're making me weep, Kazuma. I'm trying to help you! Oh my god, bro. Hmm. I presented the revolver already. I don't understand what you want from me.
Take that!
No. I mean, that one was a long shot, but I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to be proving here. Like, what exactly stops him from being involved? Oh, what song is that? This one? I don't know. Evacuation, telegram, autopsy, no. I tried the passport already, yeah?
Take that!
Oh, that I was singing? I mean, I don't know, full ad-lib. Yeah, just ad-lib. I don't know, dude. Is it this again? I'm crying. I'm crying, dude. I'm crying. His ID, dude. I don't know. You're making me cry. And not even in a fun way, Kazuma. Come on, man. Hold on. Like legit, legit. I don't know. I don't think it's anything that relates to the Fresno crime scene. Do I have to, like, look at shit again? I don't understand, man. No, that's all fully inspected. 31st October. The passport's for the day before Gregson's body was found. It was you, Kazuma. Wait, what? Needed this document for his trip to France. When it says permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Why is this not... Okay, it's just fucking with me. And it's probably a bug that it's not, like, marked as completed. Or is it? Or is it Ace Attorney telling me something? Who knows? Dun 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 dun. Wait. ACD 0522. This thing's so fucking cute. Have they released this as merch yet? Nothing new with Karuma. The evacuation dog?
Take that!
What? This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. How? How? An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot about the guard dog. Wait, but no, he was in there with him, right? As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after the 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Okay. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Oh! Dude, that was like forever ago. How am I supposed to remember that shit? I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Yeah, okay, I guess it only tracks that... I guess it tracks that, you know, I'm gonna forget shit, given that I haven't played this for a month and a half. No, absolutely not! I don't accept that at all! What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Well, there's probably records of him checking in at the boarding house or whatever. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... Nuh-uh, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. Ugh! No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. He's gonna rip that witness stand in half, dog. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. Bam! That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jikoku? It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all of this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh, he actually did. I was joking. Oh my god! Hello? He changed gravity? It's over! My life is over! What the fuck? Hello? What? A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. Huh. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
Yeah. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Why not? You're about to get, like, thrown in jail. Just, like, spill, my guy. Anyway, the inspector had accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death by guillotine. They be killing a lot of people, you know. Have you seen their guillotine? Shit's crazy.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. Oh, Jesus Christ. But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. That's crazy. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Oh, okay, I thought you just took his. Okay. They just be giving anyone guns, huh? That's crazy. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Sus. Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin's sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Jesus. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I'm sorry. And nobody checked the freezer? That entire ride? That entire thing? That's crazy. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes. My British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. Must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Which... Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. She's so smug. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moments, I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I opened with Bong Cloud.
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
It's those damn infinite chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Was the fish thing, like, relevant before? I don't remember that plot point. The witness stand is gone. He levitated it out of existence. I can't believe this. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea.
Yeah, for real. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Say it, coward. I know it's Strongheart. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I imagine he's probably doing so for the state of the treaty, right? I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. It's so Jover. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. You may kiss the bride. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. What the fuck? Everyone's a fucking telepath here. Everyone has fucking psychokinesis, dog. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Oh, fuck. Guilty. Well, I thought his trial was, later. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Hold it? No, hold it? That's crazy. Hey, but what about Van Zeek's, dog? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, thank you.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, it just feels like this case ain't over yet. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. You think he'd be freaking out, huh? The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barak Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Yeah, there it is. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Oh, deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? What? Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barak Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Alright, but this is not what the trial's about, Kazuma! Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Rasogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. Kazuma, it's your boss! Kazuma, it's your boss! It's your fucking boss! Can you think for a second? That it's not the guy you have personal beef with. It's your boss. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrack Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Jesus, Kazuma, what? Brother, you gotta chill.
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps. Perhaps. But circumstances have now changed.
How so? Yeah, what do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
Okay, but this is not the trial for that, man! That's a separate trial! You're accusing him of different things! This trial was about the murder of Tobias Gregson, and we solved it!
So, like, step off, man! You're also too connected to the case? I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. The girls are fighting! You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes. You know that there is some nasty art of these two. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. I don't think that's how this works, dog. Bro. Holy shit. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation. Dude, we get it, you play Scrabble. Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So, I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness's stand.
What witness's stand? Jigoku destroyed that shit.
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. It's that vengeance arc line, or plot arc. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. I can fix him. I can fix him, Susato. as a lawyer and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. You really should. Kinda your job to get him off the hook. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Fucking whatever. As you wish, my lord. To be continued? What?! Straight up?! The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Dude, hold on. What time is it? Yeah, no, I gotta go, dog. One more testimony. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. I don't want to contradict this. This is my client. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. Yeah. Yeah. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange? I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. RYUNOSUKE NARUHODO. Yeah? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. It's happened before in Ace Attorney. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. That's not always true. You know? So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. Whoop! You're back! I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Why do I have to? Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is. Hold
it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. He's got personal beef! Don't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. Even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the Yard without his knowledge. Oh, which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learnt of the location he'd noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day, how you came to discover the body. Okay. But why'd you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yeah, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had been intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around. I see then, Kazuma. You are petty today! Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. Now here's the statement. No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
Nuh-uh. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Did he teach you how he does that infinite fries thing? Or sorry, chips? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Nice. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. And then I was accused of his murder. It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this justice doesn't quite sit right with me. In case you didn't see it immediately. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection!
But as it stands, we only have the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there was some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yeah, that's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous. Why am I disproving my own witness's testimony? Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks.
Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression.
I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... Must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, a dead person. I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
All right, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? God damn it, I hate when clients do this. That's major fucking cap. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. That's what I'm here for, Kazuma. Oh, like he was testing me too. Order in court! What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again! The professor! I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Bitch. Oh, shit. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. Oh, is someone feeling guilty? A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Bro. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. He's like, you're delulu as fuck, boy. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. Can you? Dude, you're not helping. You're not helping! Like, Kazuma is already convinced that this is a hate crime. You're not helping! However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. Why do all the hot people have to be morally conflicting or terminally weird? It's to balance out, you know? You can't have a character that's too perfect. If they're hot, they have to be morally dubious. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. Thank you. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? Probably should have recognized the sword. And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated! Damn, that's crazy.
If it was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! Also, that's not a defense. That's been established that following orders is not a defense.
I'm not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
Oh shit. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. He Sudoku'd him? No, he Sudoku'd his trunk. This thing. You see the big gash with the knife, the sword tip in it? Yeah. He Sudoku'd his, luggage, but that's it. Jigoku killed him, though. Okay. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Van Zeeks. Brother, have you forgotten? He forgore. He did it. He's like two like tunnel visions. Dude, the prosecutor that was on the case before Van Zeeks was fucking Strongheart. You have to understand. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrack Van Zeeks. So, you know, guilty as sock. Kind of fun making up cases of sorts. Yeah. I've had enough of guilty as sin. What about guilty as virtue? Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. Shit. Well, my bad, man. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Oh, shit. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one! Nuh-uh, he said he wouldn't say shit about it. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. The other prosecutor on the case! I believe I know who it is too. You! I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Because he's evil as fuck! The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... the guy that's been evil as fuck since the beginning. Holy shit!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Jarama! Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. Da-na-na-na, da-na. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. Oh shit! This did a 180 real quick. I mean, it's a 180 that I saw coming from the moment I saw this character. It's just like, yeah, this guy has major villain energy. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. Hold on, I just gotta check the time. Okay. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. The court awaits your response, my lord. He's like, you know, fuck you, my lord. I don't even believe in God. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Oh shit. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not gonna defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time you fucking, used, influenced the coroner to do something. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. Oh boy, more racism! But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh! Rip. Can we just kill this guy? Would anyone object? It's a closed trial. You can just say that you didn't see anything. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? I cast Revivify on the corpse, and I call the victim to the stand. We don't even have to. There's literally spirit mediums that can do that. So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Fuck no, I object, dude. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There's someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Susato's daddy, baby! He was on that autopsy too!
Objection.
Get fucked. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, RYUNOSUKE? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please! This trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is...
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. Dude! Dude! Chill! An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question, and he's also my dad. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. And he's gonna be like, "Nuh-uh, there's no proof that he was actually there." The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Okay, dude. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what'll happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Shit! Feels fucking bad, dude. Shouldn't have sided with the very evil, obviously evil dude. Hold it! Oh shit, I didn't even read what fucking dickhead had to say. Roll credits. Oh shit! Mr. Sholmes! What did he say? That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are close to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. No. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the to nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Oh my god, maybe that guy does kind of look fucking evil as shit. Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! A door is ajar. A door is not a... A door is only not a door when a door is ajar.
He's right, the judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, she calls the trial to an end and must end.
But will that really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here I don't know what they said. Who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What's... The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is reprimanded. Oh. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here! Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation! The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth! That's the very foundation of British law! A toast to my dependable a toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify! 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 Woo! Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. And then he pulls out his fucking AK. The court will recess briefly while I figure out what the fuck to do with these people. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? Oh, I know many things. Just not, many common sense things. My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, You are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. NARUHODO. Yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. It hurts. A lot. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. I would like a recess. I need to be continued, man. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Ew, this segment's so long. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh, that's what the pun is. Male Strongheart is Maelstrom. I see. I see. Alright, well, it's a to be continued and I gotta go! Thank you all for watching! Oh shit, I didn't save, but it's fine. Oh, go away. Wait, wait! Hold on. Wait. No. Stop talking. Okay. Now we're saved. Thank you for all for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.